Audio test. Check 1, 2, 3. Okay, audio seems good. Let's get started. Get your beverage of the day ready. Ooh, I had an idea. Let's see. I have what did I call it? No. Good heavens, what was it called? Yeah, it is. I can't remember. Okay. I have a document somewhere with some ideas in it. We'll try to find that off stream. Okay. I had an idea. Basically, like a mini lecture idea, but I'm not. It's not that important. I will write it on a note card for now. I'll add it to the document some other time. Okay. Ideas written down. Safe. Drevest. It's good today so far. I had a nice weekend. Good times. How are you doing? How was your weekend? You are Austria, right? Sweden? Austria or Sweden? No, I can't remember. I have viewers from all over, and I can't keep them all straight anymore. I know your time zone is way off of mine. You go to bed early compared to me here in the United States. Okay. So today, working our way through a few tasks. We will probably tackle these two, although this might end up being a bit of a rabbit hole. So I don't know if we're going to get to this one. We'll just see how far we get. This may end up being a rabbit hole, which we'll talk about when we get there. In the meantime, yes, you're the Swedish one. Okay, all right. Making sure I've got my users straight. Whew. Yeah, that's right. You were the spaghetti on ketchup on spaghetti guy, right? Did we have that discussion? All right, so documentation. It always gets out of control if you don't wrangle it once in a while. So here's a thing. End of week stats no longer lives here except release FPS and release size. Okay? That we will keep. Everything else can go away because now I've written a script that will just crank through everything. So we will clean that up. Yep, and that is fine. We've got that done. Yep, sandbox. There's a lot of weird adjustments we had to make there. Because now this is automated. I do not have to keep track of. And there are better metrics now, which That wasn't me, but yes, I like ketchup on spaghetti. Okay, I've heard it's a thing in some Scandinavian countries, so maybe that's what I'm remembering. Well, welcome back. So yeah, in the Discord, I actually posted the recalculation of all of our streaming stats. So this information and more useful information and probably more accurate information now exists and can be re-derived anytime. So productivity, we did not add very many lines of code this last 4 weeks. It's also on Twitter. On Twitter, I posted a 4 week comparison, basically 4 weeks of streaming. And then in the Discord, I posted a weekly status update. So a little finer grain breakdown. And it's very interesting. Let me see. Maybe I can. Okay. So this one's done. All right. Tasks and notes. I want to be a little bit more consistent. This is pre-streaming, therefore I kind of don't care about that being in any way consistent with what I've got going on now. But this one, tasks, notes. Tasks, notes. Just making it so that we're all consistent. If I ever decide later on to parse through, no Discord. Uh-oh. All right, Discord. We will paste the Discord server. It's not the most exciting Discord server, but it's where you get your notifications when I'm going to stream or when I lose power or something. I'll usually update afterwards, explaining why the stream died. Okay, so I'm not doing. Let's be consistent here. Star. Notes. There we go. There. Week 1 cleaned up. Okay. Anyways, what we found was we removed a good amount of code in the last 4 weeks, so it looks like our productivity wasn't very good if all you do is measure lines of code. But if we measure churn, which is defined as the number of lines added or removed in a between git commits, that is more useful because removing code is every bit as important to a project as adding code. So we use lines of code as a measurement basically of project size, right? The volume of stuff we have. And the bigger your volume gets, the harder it is to maintain and add new features to it, right? So that is still a useful metric, just not a useful metric for individual productivity. For individual productivity, we use that churn metric. So we can see and I don't know what it'll look like, but one hypothesis that I've never measured is as the project goes, you have a lot of code growth in the beginning, and then it levels off as your features all become complete. You're not adding as much code, you're doing more refactoring. And the similar thing with code churn. As it goes, it becomes harder and harder to add, update, and change things. So you're going slower and slower. And as your project approaches completion, it should level off. And at about that point, you know that you're ready to do like code freeze, final debugging, etc. So that's kind of the idea, and I would like to test it myself. So that's what I wrote a script to do. But for now, we're doing a nice, easy Monday warm-up task of refactoring my notes so that I'm consistent. Because I changed formats at some point. I stopped using this as a task list. Oops, no, I forgot something. Okay. We just want to make them a little more consistent with each other. A nice low stress task to start the day. We'll ramp up as we go. So org mode will output all of these notes to a PDF or to HTML or something if we want to. Right now I don't want to, but it's nice to have the option. I think I've gotten a little bit better about keeping a journal going. Like this, well, I don't know. This was a pretty, yeah, not streaming too cleaned up. That's now consistent. All right. It's one of the things that I wanted to try that I've never really made time for professionally is taking notes. Yeah, Discord server with basics is good. Would it be wonderful if I went viral and everybody started watching me? Sure, but I see the Primeagen and Pirate Software, and lots of other people to compete with. Would it be nice if I could make money streaming? Yeah. Right now, I'm just thinking of it as it keeps me in focus. Like I'm not off, trolling YouTube videos while I'm working here. So I'm very, very focused for a few hours every day. And advertising. So when I actually get the game done and published, there will be a few people that know about it. So that's kind of what I'm thinking of this streaming thing as for now. We'll see. Maybe it grows. I've heard the main ingredient is consistency and doing it for a long time. And really, I've only been doing it for 8 weeks, so not bad. Keep forgetting to remove indentation here. Go. Ready. I'm hoping with this project to get better habits. For the next project, I won't have to ever go back and refactor my notes because I've already decided on the format, what I need, and what's important. Like I built a tool for measuring my code productivity. Next project, I won't have to do that. I'll know how to store my files and data in a way that I can easily crawl through and extract the data I need. This is a better format. If it evolves, it evolves. Exactly. That's why I keep saying on this stream. I don't think of myself as a streamer yet. I think of myself as a programmer who happens to stream. Okay, so those all got cleaned up. These two did not. White space. Okay. There are things I can do that make this a little bit faster, but we're just warming up for the day, for the week. Boom. That is that week cleaned up. I found it very helpful the last little while. There was a few times where I've been able to look back through my notes and find helpful information. When did that happen? How long did that take? When did I work on that? I'm actually feeling pretty good about the amount of work we've gotten done in 8 weeks. Like, if you go back and look at the early videos on YouTube, no art, no sound. The core gameplay loop was done, but that was it. Now we're at the point of basically polish, right? Okay, well, as long as you're enjoying yourself, welcome to watch as long as you want. Okay, so let's see here. What do I got going on? Okay. So, how was everybody else's weekend? I'm trying to think. So I spent this weekend taking the code metric stuff we started with on Thursday, and I made it more general, so I can now run it anytime I want. And we can just show it while let's interrupt the documentation cleanup. Code metrics. Now I have a script. Oh, did I leave it in a good state or not? Update commit. This was all okay. Okay, so I think this will work fine. But we can do Python code metrics. And then we pointed at our project directory like word sleuth. And then we have some options. We can say update the monthly report. And of course it won't take it because the Git repo in Word Sleuth is not clean. It will not, because it needs to check out old versions and things. So that. With that, we can commit over that later. So here we are, update the monthly report. And there's nothing to report because I cache the results whenever I run it in a local file. So that there's no more Git checkouts than I need to do on Git diffs. But then we can reset it so we can blow away that memory. Then run the update. And it is broken. I did not leave it in a happy state. So that's too bad. So we'll have to fix that. But what it can do is something like give me the weekly summary. Okay, I better know what happens. Since it crashed mid-run, it might have been in the middle of updating a commit. So we'll be on that. Git commit. Oh, it did finish. Interesting. I wonder why it's completed. There it is. So now we measure things like between week 0 and week 1. This is how many hours I worked. I write that down as video times, basically. So I now have very accurate hour tracking. We record the lines of code and how much we grew over the last week. That's how many lines of code added per hour or removed. Then churn. We could break this down into like positive churn, negative churn. How many lines did I add? How many lines did I remove? But right now we're taking it as an absolute value. And then how many lines of code did I add or remove per hour? So you can see I'm pretty consistent about having pretty high churn rate, whatever that means. Except week 6 and 7, which I understand exactly what happened there. And why the the growth rate was so low because we deleted a huge file, very large code file. Then the churn rate was pretty low. I was feeling sick that week, so not very good. And we worked a shorter week, right? That's less hours than most weeks. So I shortened a day, and yeah, was working mostly sick. So, and then this was a good refactor day as well. We deleted a lot of code that week. So that's what I did over the weekend. Anybody else do anything interesting over the weekend? I do enjoy myself. I like running my own ship here. It's nice that I get to pick whether I need to set aside some time to refactor things, or there's just so many things that I was meant to do as a professional that I never had time for. Like refactoring things that they would never give me permission to do that. They're like, oh, well, we have to have this deliverable done by this deadline. Okay, I guess I'll work on that then. Or I want to refactor this. And then they would be like, well, you have to justify why. Why do you want to do that instead of adding the new features we have to deliver? It's like, well, because it makes it easier to add the next feature. I just got kind of tired of all the BS. So these ones are up to date. I think all of these are consistent now. Okay. I may have deleted one more line than I intended to up here. Yep. I do not have the stats from week 8 or week 9. So I'll have to do that some other time. Not too worried about it. Just a thing that needs to get done. Yeah, this week it's been cleaned up. Okay, cool. That's basically it. So I've often heard a lot of like code metric or coding ideas, coding recommendations, best practices, but nobody can point to a number and say, and here's why. Like, solid principles or clean coding principles. But they can't measure it. If you can't measure it, it doesn't mean anything. So if I can measure my churn, I can establish a baseline over a couple of months of what my churn looks like, or what my lines of code look like, or what the shape of the project looks like over time. And then I can say, this time around, we're going to try this thing and see, did churn go up? Did my volume of code remain smaller, or did it blow up larger? We would know whether what we changed made a difference. And that's not something I see anybody doing. So I think this is a valuable thing to do. Okay. Okay, today we did all that. So we removed most stats, end of week stats. And compute them on the fly now with a script. There's no reason to store them. I can always get them back. Consistent task notes sections. Boom, done. Okay. First win of the week. Alrighty, here we go. Now, we need to talk about real tasks. That was a nice little warm-up task. We have letter animations getting interrupted in the middle of the animation as the letter changes colors. And I don't like the behavior of the error banner. I'm going to tackle those. Now, here's the rabbit hole I'm thinking we might go down. One way to deal with this problem may be to have a buffered user input queue. So when you punch in your inputs, it is not immediately acted upon. Rather, it's added to a list of things to do. And then the scheduler comes through and processes those user inputs, which means that I have control over when they are each processed. And you can buffer those inputs as much as you like, and all the animations still have time to run and execute. So that's one idea. Now, that may not be the only solution here, but the input queue, user input queue, may also be the building blocks upon which we build our replay. when we're saving a replay, we can record all those actions out to a file. That's fine. That's easy. But playing it back, letting you watch your last game through, that basically requires this input queue. You can just dump things in there and say, do this, do this, do this, and it'll run them. So it might be the replay portion of saving out a game. So it might be worth doing now, even though it's not necessary now. And it might make other animation collision issues where one animation starts before the other one finishes. Might make solving those issues easier. So it's a thing I've thought about. In the meantime, while I think about whether that's our approach, let's go take a look. Let's just go ahead and do a clean. Actually, let's do a clean release build. We can get the stats for last week. We can get the stats for last week for executable size and speed. Frames per second. But yeah, I think buffered user input is the right way to go long term anyway. Maybe. It raises a bunch of bookkeeping complicated issues, but I think we'll have to go down that road eventually anyway.
Don't come in here right now.
Okay. Now, source builds release.
Right now, your shoe.
Okay. So these are not lined up right. I don't know when that changed or when this went up. These should be down on the table. These are where the future notebook art will go. Oh, frames per second. There we go. 2000, 2100, not bad.
You're good. I'll see if I can find your shoe.
Yeah. 2000, 2100, that's pretty good. Not bad. That should be a smooth experience for anybody. So what we're seeing is these bounces can get interrupted mid. Let's see, I'm trying to remember if I do this and then switch. Yeah, they got caught mid animation. And stuck. So we gotta fix that. You want to know why these are all so much higher? Our layout got. Oh wait, hold on. What about if I change the screen size? That lines up better. Okay, So basically, this image doesn't scale well with the window size and the word spacing. So that lining up issue is not really an issue until we get the artwork done. But this problem see. Yeah, see that caught it. That got caught midway through. Gotta fix that. So okay, one thing I want to do is actually extract all of this stuff. Anytime we have a duration, we should have that hard coded up top. That way I can easily find, not hard coded, but as a constant up top. So that we can test our animations slower and faster without having to dig through the code quite so much. Also, that gives me handy searchable terms that I can find in the code when I'm looking for a particular animation. So that's what we'll do. This is the word drop. What's going on here? Okay. Set duration. This is the raise. Let's see here. End of level. This one. Quarter second. Or drop time. I think start of level actually. Start of level drop time. Start of level drop. Okay. Set duration. I've got 3, 4 of these. Yes. Drop time. We could do guess something. Let's see here. Maybe it's just guess submit phase 1, 2, 3. Might be more convenient. Guess. I feel like there's 3 sections to this. That's all fine. Lift the word up. That's fine. We drop the word with a bounce out. Okay. I guess there's only 2. Duration. All right. Letter color fade.
You get it over now. You're not even work like that. Get up now. Go on vacation.
Letter color simple fade time.
Oh, look.
Fade in out.
Next time I do that word, that those words are filthy, filthy, and we don't use them.
No.
Your seat is fully in.
Color change. Okay. Five. Color fade in out. Stop. There's color. What's the next one? Oh, that was the fade in out. That's two of those. Okay, drop, bounce. Drop, bounce, one, another. Two. 0.5. Yeah. Here we are. One, two. Last one is spin. Another color, spin. Which one was this animation?
I'm going to go. Okay. These Legos are still on the floor. Oh, yeah, for the segment. You don't look like you're coming.
Set.
No, stop it,
state.
Killian. Harry, bring me to my room.
Alphabet. Oh, okay.
Please go downstairs and wait.
So this is for the letters on the board.
Or yeah, keywords.
These are letters on the board. These are the letters in the guesses. So I think we can use these same animation times. So letter color change. Simple thing. Letter color fade in out. Yeah, that is correct. Letter color fade in out. Letter color drop bounce. First phase, the animation. Second part of the animation. Letter color spin. Is that the same as the fade in out? I think it is. Oh, it's not. deduction, color, in and out. I'll highlight Goose better. That's probably a better.
What's that?
That makes more sense, I think. Okay, set deduction. I think we only have one more left to do. Set duration. These are all constants. There should only be one left. This one? Nope. That is a letter color faded out time. Show banner. This is the reduction swap. Letter swap time. Okay, all durations are now calculated are from these constants, which means we can slow things down, including this bounce time. We can slow that way down so it's easier to catch the letters mid animation. I don't have to click around quite so fast. Okay, 1 second. 2 seconds. Okay. We're gonna build this in Starfelt. FFAL source builds leaks. Here's the size of our executable. The end of week 9. Well, we were easily seeing 2100 frames per second. Not week 9, week 8. Get those for 7. We did for 7. For week 8. Week 9 is not over yet. Don't get to keep those stats. There we go. Okay, stats updated. Good. Meanwhile, we need to go back to debug mode. Run it there. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Should make testing a little bit easier. Okay. What? Well, this is an interesting word, and it's going to take forever to animate anything. That's the example. So we have a working, easy to reproduce issue here. And I know what the problem is. So here's the thing. When we go to reduction space, it's here show reduction space. Letter state. Go to spin. So what's happening is we get to this, we click the notebook, or what will be a notebook, and we immediately create an action sequence on the scheduler. We say wait until all the letters are done. And then we say, as soon as this letter in this word is available to spin, we say here's how long it's going to be, here's the Asian curve we want to use. Then it says rotate this letter. And the problem there is, and if I'm, let's see here, is it catching? Let's go back to running here real quick. Play. So if I do this and click, do these also get caught up? These do not get caught up because we're not directly messing with the, this is a problem where I've changed the vertex buffer mid animation. Because of the way we animate these words. These words, we animate each quad of the vertex buffer. These are individual letters, therefore it's the affine transformation that we're animating, and it does resolve those fine. So if we go click, click, Boom. It does filter those ones correctly. Okay. Let's go to the other spin option. This is the one that's actually breaking. Because of this. We're changing our quad. Get quad vertices. Oof. Oh dear. Okay. I think I have a way to fix this. Here, we are in the middle of another animation, so these quad positions are not where it's going to end up. So if we say rotate to a certain amount, that's relative to this position when we started the animation. So this must come in here. Animation interpolate. I think what's happening to the color while this is happening. So if I do right click, they go red, then they click. Okay, so the color is working fine. One option, we go to 3, start an animation. Oof, okay, let's see. Let's copy paste this and move this back out. Let's rebuild this slowly. Copy, comment. Okay. We want 3 things. We're going to leave 0 alone. 1, set start animation, meaning we are starting this animation, and then we are moving on. So delta range, all we need is, we don't need this XY position stuff here. Whoops. Text, index, delta, a bunch of code, x0, y0, x1, y1, 2, x3, y3. Calculate a few things based on the current position. Instead of p, it'll be delta. I don't think p factors in again. Maybe this will help. Yes. I knew that was going to happen, and I thought about it, and then I didn't do it. Oh, these are doubles. I guess I can see that. I also think the delta animation has a small issue with it, so we'll see if that's true or not. Okay, we need some words. Codes. Then we'll. These do not rotate or change color. I have broken something. Diako Kurdo, is it good practice to put the classes in H files or just with the main.cpp? Ooh, that is a good question. Depends a little bit on the size and scope of your file and project. In college, for the first, I don't know, year or two, I probably wrote an awful lot of my code just inside the main CPP file. If you're dealing with 4, 5, 6 helper functions, I would say just keep it all in the main function. As it starts to get too big for you to find what you want easily, then I would break those out into separate compilation units. In C++, compilation unit means a pair of header file with a CPP file for the details. Best practices are your declarations go in your header file, and your implementation details go in your CPP file. And your CPP file includes its own header. So that is what I would say. Depends on the size of your project. Low effort Z's, welcome back. I'm trying to make GUI apps with WX widgets. I have to use classes. Yep. Yeah, so I've had not WX widgets, but with Qt. I've done a lot of Qt. Yeah, in the case of something like a big UI effort, I would put as little as possible inside the main. Like bring up the main application window and tell it to spin and then return the results. Everything else I would break out inside of the main function. Yeah, always happy to talk to a beginner about anything or anybody about anything. We've had some interesting conversations here in the chat. So let me show you, for example, my main function. This is it. I say I need to log in for actually I don't need to log information. This is useless. I'm going to start up an application. Right now I'm not accepting any arguments. And then I say window application initialize window for me at this screen position, XY, width, height. That's the default. And that's the special flag. And then I say don't allow the user to resize the window. And then execute, which just spins in a loop, drawing over and over again until I say quit. Return the results of that execution. That's it. That's all my main function is. Everything else lives outside the main CPP file. Yep, anytime. But yeah, I have no experience directly with WX widgets, but I've used Qt quite a bit, so I don't know how useful I'll be for answering questions outside of general questions. Yeah, okay. So the question becomes, what did I break? Oh, okay. That's what we should do. That might make a difference. And actually, let's see how that works. Boom. Right click, 2. Things finish. Oh, and then they rotated but did not change colors. Or change colors. They are spinning though. Okay, do I know what's going on here? I'm saying start this up, and while that's running, also play another animation over here and wait until this one's done. Note that is spinning. Animation. I think the animation is stored with the action and not with the action sequence. I hope. Yeah. Start animation. We make an animation, say start it, then we return. Oh. Okay. I know what this is doing now. This one, let's see here. I'm going to write myself a note here. 2. Start animation. Well, no. Because. Where's my update function? Here it is. Yeah, okay, so let's see. To do this probably doesn't make any sense. Animation created here cannot be distinguished. Okay, option 1, option 2. I am returning the animation. Our work here on update. If I have like a small queue of active animations, does the action itself clean itself up? It's in our destructor. This raises a question of ownership, actually. Ooh, gotta think about this. So what I'm saying is, hey, action sequencer, create yourself a new animation. And here's what it needs to do. Start it, but don't wait for it to finish. Which means the update function is never called here. That's all it does, is it starts it. It says animation go start, whatever. Unless we're waiting for the animation to complete, we're not doing an update. Therefore, the animation never updates and nothing ever happens with that color anymore because it's blocked. Okay, let me think about this. I can put also deleting things. This is very dangerous. Oh. This never takes any control of the animation. This one. Okay. So this is not as bad as I thought. This will clean itself up. The only question is, how do I get the animation to be updated in an update loop? When this action says start and moves on, there's nothing else this action does. So in a scene, I can have like a free animation list. It's one way. 2, I can eliminate this as an option. Sometimes it's nice though, so maybe we do that. Maybe we go to game scene. We're going to add some capability. Actually, let's go to scene. Does this thing have, okay. What we need is animation. He now has to know about animations. We're gonna say, can't you use a switch statement there? Save the game data in a text file. Game data. Okay. Let's see here. Can I use a switch statement there? There are places I could probably use switch statements. I'm not sure which file you were talking about. Sorry. Save the game data in a text file. We do save some data in a text file, right? Well, actually, not a text file right now. We save it all in a binary file. We are storing a certain amount of game state in a binary file. Like what was the last window position, resolution? Do you have animations enabled or not? Yes. Underscore. Let's see here. Let's copy that loop again here. Oh, but how does scene know when the animation is done? Ooh, interesting. Underscore animations index. 22 is running. And it's fine. Actually, the action sequence is cleaning up. Last thing we need, scene. Oh, it won't clean it up. Nope, this is a terrible idea. When you start working through something, sometimes it just becomes necessary to undo it all. Ownership of the animation. Oh wait. I can make this, but can't we? During the update that we do this, so Here's what we're doing. If underscore free animations at that index not equal dot is running. It's not running anymore. Then underscore free animations at index equals. Oh, and we did not clean it up. Void add reanimation. After do destroy. Equals animation, added equals true, and we can break. If we did not add it, we'll throw out an error. Saying add free animation. Not enough free animation spots. That way we know when it happens. Measure a game object prior to the windows. When it's moved to a certain point, then create an action. Yeah, so we have a couple of different ideas that we're playing with right now. One is an animation can block other animations on the same object until the current animation is finished. We tag an animation when we start it sometimes if we want to protect that animation to complete before the next one starts. That was not the problem. The problem was when we start the animation, there was pre-existing data in the middle of another animation that we were capturing and using as the starting point for our next animation before the previous animation had finished. The other thing we would like to do is actually separate user input from the action being acted upon, the user input being acted upon. We want a user input queue and be able to delay the next input until the current input has been fully processed. So a couple of different ideas there, but I think we can just fix this animation problem by doing this, I think. So in game scene, set start and bounce here. X, Y, Z. This one. Add free animation, add in. And now we shouldn't have to worry about it. I think. Set start animation. Team.add free animation on the returned animation pointer. This is not a true statement. But will be cleaned up by the when the action sequence is complete. I think that is true. That's what the code says, anyway. Let's see if that does it. Yeah, we don't need to save the game object's state to a file. We can maintain that within the game engine itself. Keeping it in memory is always going to be faster. So I've explained this to other people a couple of different times now. If you want to know how fast something is, you start with your CPU. Your CPU is unbelievably fast. The number of floating point operations we can execute in a second is astronomical. You have no idea how many calculations your CPU can do in a second. It's absurd. Screaming fast. Now, your CPU has registers that need to be filled. And if you have to put values in those registers, it has to come from somewhere. And that somewhere is a little bit slower than the CPU. That somewhere is called the cache. And you have an L1, L2, L3 cache, and each one is progressively slower than the other one. L1 is the closest one to the CPU, so it's very fast. L2 is a little further away, a little slower. L3 is a little slower. And what's happening is your CPU says, I need this value in the register. And it says, do I have this value in the register? If not, go to L1 cache. If it's not there, go to L2 cache. And if it's not there, go to L3 cache. So as long as your memory is in cache that it needs to put in the register, it's pretty darn quick. It's fast. If not, then it has to go out to your RAM, your actual RAM on your computer, and find that memory and load that into the cache, and then load that into the CPU. As soon as you hit RAM, it's a slowdown, okay? And it's not horrible, but if you can improve your cache hits, like when you look for a value, it's in cache already, so much faster than going out to RAM over and over and over again. Then, hitting the disk. Disk is slow. You do not want to write things and read things to disk that are time sensitive at all, unless you cannot avoid it. Your disk is so many times slower than your CPU, thousands of times slower than your CPU. Okay, and this is like a modern, magnetic platter. We're talking we can load a gigabyte of data, but we're trying to save a few bytes of data. So writing to a disk, not worth it. Things we write to disk are like game state when we save, user preferences, things that we can write on program exit or something when the performance doesn't matter anymore. And then slower than that, depending on a lot of factors, is your network speed. Modern networks can get your 100 gig, your gigabit per second, but honestly, if you are relying on time-sensitive data coming over the network, you would better have very, very carefully architected your communication protocols and what data is expected when, and how do you get it there in time before you need it. Otherwise, you end up with things like the modern web browser experience. When the game is closed and open, the data does not get lost. Yeah, no, I'm not saving games. You complete a game or you surrender a game. This game isn't long enough to need a save. What we do save is user preferences. Those are all written to a binary file. So it's not human readable at all, but I did pack an awful lot of information into 58 bytes. And the reason we're doing that, why we're doing binary files, is text files are huge. They require so much more space than a careful binary file. And what we did was sort of practice before we do the game playback save, right? We are going to do that, and we may do that sometime in the next 4 weeks, where we're going to save every user input action and be able to play it back and watch somebody else's victory or their world record or whatever. So that will be a binary file as well, because there can be a lot of data we have to pack. Yeah, no, there will be no in-between levels saving of game state. You play or you surrender. This is a pretty short game. It's kind of like playing Sudoku. It's a logic puzzle game. So either finish your Sudoku or you don't. Okay, so let's see here. We should definitely pointer dereference that function call instead of a dot. Oh, I ran with clean. Shoot. Yeah, so while this is building, I mean, here's where we load the config file when you quit and when you start up, and here's the save it out to a file. So we're writing out a magic number so that when I load up a file, I can say, yes, this is actually a config file for myself. I know it. Version, oops. I will be able to look at your log file and say what version you were running, whether it was a release build or a a release build or a debug build, development build. We store your window geometry, whether you have vsync enabled or not, volumes. We save logging information, gameplay state. We save that. Like, you can customize a few things, whether or not animations happen or not. So I imagine the speedrunners don't want any animations, and that's fair. What colors do you want to show up? If you're colorblind, you can go change the green to a nice yellow or something. Preset reject characters, things like that. Then we just write them out to a file, and it's all binary, very small, very compact. I think my build finished. Let's go see where we're at. So now if we start this very slow animation, okay, so if we click, and 2, they go to red, the color didn't change. Shoot. Oh, we need a bunch of these. We need a lot more than 8. Okay. Let's go not be silly then. Scene. Let's just make it a nice big number. 1024. Easy. Stored in a binary file for efficiency? Yes. I have a philosophy of respecting my users' CPU, disk space, and RAM. I do not want to use anything I don't need. There's an over-reliance today on JSON, XML, YAML, which have their place. I'm not saying don't use them, but there is no reason for us to use it in this case. So I'd rather use 58 bytes to store everything I need and not waste the user's resources. Which oops, may not amount to much because, it may not amount to much savings for the user, but if everybody had that attitude, you would not have to wait 5 seconds for a web browser to load up. They do not respect your resources at all. The only reason the world still works is because hardware has gotten so stinking fast. Imagine what you could do if people who respected your resources used your resources wisely. Passing around JSON, serializing, deserializing within one call to a microservice on a web page. That file, that data, both the request and the response are serialized and deserialized over and over again. How much power is wasted? How much computation time? Who thinks that a 100 millisecond or 50 millisecond response time from one microservice is efficient? 50 milliseconds is an eternity. A video game is doing millions of computations every second. If you're rendering at 60 frames per second, that's 16 milliseconds to do everything: physics, graphics, etc., right? Why does my web page take 5 seconds to load, and then I have to wait for the button animation menu to load up before I can click on it? I hate it. Hate it. Okay. Okay, if we go click, and 2, they all go green, and the color did not change still. Did add the animation. Did I not? Add free animation. Um, um, um. Hmm. Yep. So C++ comes with its own special overheads that can be very painful. Sometimes they're worth it, other times they're not. You just have to understand what those trade-offs are. All right, let's see. Update. If it's running, do things. What if it's not running? Do nothing. So it's okay if I call update before the start. It won't do anything. Then it'll start, because the action will start it in this animation will be started. And animation 0, or action sequence 0, is fine. So what is happening in this animation? Okay, I'm gonna think about this for a second while I go take a restroom break. I will be back shortly. While I think about this. Back to it. What do I have in animation to play with? Nothing. Doesn't make me feel any better. On start. Action sequence. I think it gives me a delegate method to that. Set on start. Yes, it does. Okay, good. Okay, in that case, we can at least look at things. Although this is so close. Just what's going on here? We have a free animation. All the free animations are processed. Oh. It processes once, then removes itself. What I need Oh, here we go. If yeah, and it should be pointer to reference. There we go. So basically, it was not started, and then we immediately did an update and then removed ourselves. So we need to see if we got to the end of the animation. Remove ourselves. And all animations are normalized. Okay, so we click, and then over here, green, and then they clear, and then it crashes. So we are close, and it probably has to do with two different things. It has to do with this. I think we need more than 256 of these. There's 20 guesses, 5 letters each. It's only 100, so this is more than double what we really need. And there's 26 letters, 5 deduction letters. So that's 230-ish. If we animate every single letter all at once, we should have plenty. Okay. All right, we have to wait until. Let's see. We'll make this 4. Okay, animation. This is the name color. Okay, stop that fingering thing. So let's just get this working. Okay. Now, 4. Okay. Sequence set. Wait. What was it called? Do until. Action 3. Do nothing until anim color wait until anim color point to is running is false. That way the action sequence won't finish, and therefore we'll clean up the action until this is done and no longer animating. And the bots have returned. Wonderful. Oh, this has to return true, return a thing. Return output away. That's right. Okay, this might just about do it. Okay, mark them all red, animate. And it worked. And it worked. And we over here, bounce. Oh, and it dies. Okay. And I'll bet the debugger will not be particularly helpful. But it probably is a very similar issue. Right click, roll over to the next. And it dies. Backtrace. Function operator this. Update this. Update. So this is as I would expect. Here's our main loop. Scene is updating. Animation updates. At scene 43. Is the crash memory related? It probably has to do with the fact that the animation is not being cleaned up when I think it's being cleaned up. So the action we created is cleaned up when the action is destroyed. So we create this pointer to an animation. Then we return it for the user to set the animation parameters however they want. At the end, when the action gets deleted, it deletes the pointer. However, in scene, we update the scheduler. Maybe we just need to do this before the scheduler runs. Anyway, so the scheduler was saying, I'm done, and deleted that function, that animation object. Then this comes around and says, you're not null, update yourself, but it's already been deleted. So it's an invalid memory access on memory we deleted. So maybe if we do it this way, where this updates first and clears itself out of the free list before the scheduler can update, that might help. So maybe just remember things a little bit. If I don't like this, then maybe we'll go back to doing it the way I was thinking. Why does it happen? It's accessing memory we deleted. Boom. And it still dies. Okay. I think we're just trying to overcomplicate this. Yep. So, let's see. What's a good way to explain it? One way to think of your program, and this is not accurate, it is not correct, but it is a good model, is that your program has some memory starting somewhere. Let's just say it's at address 0, right? And every variable you add goes on what's called the stack. Z, okay? Then you make a function call. Maybe it's like magnitude of x, y, z. Yeah? And what that does is it puts a new frame on the stack. So this is a frame. This is a different area of memory. It says, I know that you want room for an x, y, and z. And maybe it's not even called x, y, z inside the function. Maybe it's like red, green, blue, right? Doesn't matter. This x value will get stuffed into this memory on the stack. And same with y, it'll get stuffed in this memory on the stack. And this memory on this stack. And when it returns, what it does is it says, it does its calculation. So maybe it's like int result equals r plus b plus g. It doesn't really matter what's going on here for now. This result goes on the stack. And then when it cleans up, it says, I'm done, return. It says, take this frame, blow it away, and put results somewhere. Like maybe I started in, this is some, let's get some C code to look at. Int x equals 0, int y equals 1, int z equals 2. Okay, let's do that. Then we have a function, int magnitude of int red, int green, int blue, which apparently returns r plus b plus g. And then we're going to say int mag equals magnitude, which I spelled wrong, x, y, z. Okay. So at this point, we've initialized three variables on our stack and created a return point for this function. It has to be an integer. Then we put in this frame pointer saying we're in magnitude now, and we're passing x, y, and z into our RGB. We compute the result, and then we say we're done with function return. When it does it, it sets result. Let's see here. It's 1, z equals 2. It's going to blow all this away and set this to that result. Okay, so this is the stack. It grows and shrinks as you use it. Okay, it all grows up from 0. This is, again, not technically accurate, but it's useful enough to keep it as a simple model. Now, up here at address, I don't know, 6FFFFF, doesn't matter. Let's make it shorter, 6FFF. This is called the heap. And when you want a new variable to be passed around and added, okay, so maybe we want a floating pointer to some other thing. We set that equal to null pointer to start with, right? What that's going to do is it's going to say, I have a pointer called other equal to nothing. Okay. Then when I say other equals new float, it says now this pointer, I guess I should use a points to, it's going to be changed to point to some address. 0x00. Let's just go 6FF. Minus 4. The size of a float. 6F. F minus 4 is 11, which is a. There we go. So what's happened is, you said, I need some memory. And it can't be on the stack. When I say new or malloc, it has to be not on the stack. I don't want it to go away or appear with the stack. So the computer gave me memory and said, here, have this float something. It has no name, right? At 6 FB. So when we say new, that says give me some memory from up here. This is called the heap. And I don't care where it is, but tell me where it is, and I'll store that here. So now other has a pointer to memory somewhere else. Okay? So that's what I've done. I have a pointer to an animation that I've stored somewhere. And then when it finishes, I say delete. Delete other. What that means is, I'm done with this memory on the heap. You can have it back. And it goes and deletes that entry. So now if down here, after I've deleted it, maybe I say, the contents of other equals 4. Doesn't matter. It's going to say, take the address that you were pointing to. Take the address you were pointing to. So this address. And shove in the value 4. Okay? And then this suddenly gets assigned something that's not garbage value. It's going to be 4. Then if I delete other, then I try to add mag plus other, or the contents of other. What's going to happen is this gets deleted. Int temp, I guess, creates temp on the stack. Then it says, okay, I need to add magnitude, which are int result, int mag, there we go. Magnitude, it knows what the value is, that's 3, plus the contents of other, which is still here. When I said delete, this is still pointing to an address, which is still here, but now there's nothing here. I've said I don't want this memory. So I've given control of this memory back to the computer. We won't go into the details on library versus system, etc. So it goes here and it says, what's your number? So I can add it to this other thing. And it says, you don't have access to that anymore, and it blows up. That's basically what's happening here. You can think of, and again, not accurate, but it is useful. You can think of the heap grows down and the stack grows up until you can run out of stack memory, you can run out of heap memory if they collide. Again, modern, it doesn't really work that way, but it's a useful enough model to remember how the heap and the stack work. Is stack memory expensive with big allocations? No, as long as you don't run out of stack. So yeah, I hope that my ASCII drawings are good enough. I keep meaning someday to figure out a way to illustrate better, but that's where we're at. So yes, I'm probably deleting the animation and then saying update one last time and try to see if we're done. That's probably what's happening. Stack memory expensive with big allocations. Yes and no. Any big allocation is going to cost. It's going to allocate faster on the stack because we know where it is. So when I say the heap grows down and the stack grows up, that's completely wrong. What happens is there's a huge block of memory somewhere that you have, maybe. And I don't know. If you ask for a large block, it's going to start doing weird things. Like one way you could do this is you can split it in half and say, is this top half big enough? Is this bottom half big enough? If not, we'll just subdivide this one again and ask, is this one big enough? Or is this one the smallest size we need that's bigger than the requested of this one? And it can subdivide and subdivide. until it gets a block of memory that's the right size. It says, I found one. Here it is. You can have this many bytes at this address. And then when you free it, it has to say, oh, this block goes back the way it was. Whatever we allocated there can go away. And then it has to detect that these both are free blocks next to each other and roll them up to a free block so that you can then have a bigger allocation next time. So allocating and deleting things off the heap is more expensive than using the stack. If you look at modern game development, like 90% of the goal there is to put everything on the stack for multiple reasons. Because up here in the heap, there's no guarantee that any variable you allocate there is going to have any kind of adjacency with any other variable. Like you allocate a large block, it'll all be next to each other. But if I get an X and a Y and a Z, they'll be all over the place. So you're going to get a lot more cache misses. If you allocate large blocks of memory, like I said, it has this, allocate where it's trying to find the block the right size, and then it has to, when it frees it, it has to like recoalesce all the blocks. That can be more expensive. Stack, all you can do is things go on the stack, things come off the stack with the function, where the current lexical scope ends. So the stack will be faster. Like I said, a lot of the mental models that I talk about are useful but wrong. So the heap going down, not actually the way it works. This subdivide method, not always the way that the heap allocation method works. Like arena allocators, mark and sweep allocators, blah blah blah, millions of details. But just for the simple story, the heap is going to cost you more than the stack. Hopefully that is helpful. So, I think I'm just trying to overcomplicate something that I should just remove. I just remove it. Oh, I already put out. Okay. I think we probably just remove it. It was a nice idea. I think that there's some validity to the idea, but it feels like I'm going down a rabbit hole that I shouldn't. So we're just going to remove it. Just going to remove that one. I think this is too easy of a place for me to forget what I've had to do to make it work and make mistakes over and over again, even if I get this to work. I think it's too finicky. I only want 3 actions. They're not adding a free action. Comment that out for now. Action. Set start animation, which creates an animation for us. Okay, what about this idea? I just don't want this. So there's so many ways to skin the cat that it's like, I think this is bad. Animations have to be in the update loop, so creating one that may or may not be added to the update loop, or maybe exiting the update loop at unpredictable times, not a good idea. Yeah, I'm always happy to explain at just about any level. So if I'm answering a question and I'm missing the point, or if I'm explaining the wrong answer, the right answer to the wrong question, just let me know. I don't mind backtracking. It also just helps me think through the problems as we're going. Like in software development, there's the concept called rubber duck debugging. Basically, this guy noticed that he could always solve his problems when he was talking to somebody. He'd be talking to them through the problem, and halfway through, he would understand what the problem was. And it turns out that the biggest value is in describing the problem in words, not just thinking about it in your head. Putting things in words makes them real in a way that thinking them in your head does not. Same thing with anything, right? Game design, the great novel. Everybody has a great novel that they want to write, but they never put it into words. It's not real. So when you're describing your bug to somebody, that's often when your brain says, "Oh, I see what the problem is," and figures it out without the other person even helping. So this guy's like, "Well, you might as well just talk to a rubber duck then." So he got a rubber duck on his desk, and he would explain his bugs to his rubber duck. I have a little 3D printed duck. Let's see, I don't know if this is coming through well. So if you ask questions about anything we're talking about, like that's just one more chance for me to talk through and understand the problem better. So I do not mind at all. Ask your questions. Do you have a YouTube stream also? I do not stream on YouTube for now. StreamYard, which would let me simultaneously stream, would cost me money. What I do is I post the stream videos on YouTube and Rumble. You can find those links on my the About page, or I can paste them here if you'd rather. It doesn't matter to me. So you can see where I started 8 weeks ago on our software development for this game. It had already had some work done. I did some work on and off before, but the last 8 weeks we've been very consistent. And every one of those videos is on YouTube or Rumble. I guess now's as good a time as any to plug the old Discord channel. Anyone who wants to join up, it's not much of a channel. It's mostly just stream announcements, and then once in a while I'll post like a code productivity metrics or something, but there's a Discord channel. I'm always happy to take questions there. If it's a small, simple question, maybe I can answer it in the Discord channel. If it's something interesting, then maybe I'll address it in the next stream or write it down in my stream topics ideas list. But yes, I do post these videos to YouTube. What am I doing? What if we flip the ownership? I think maybe that's the right answer. We remove this function from animation, and therefore probably from action sequence as well. Set start animation. This one. I think we just do that. Oh, not that one. Oops. This one. I think it's too dangerous. Ownership gets confused, but now we go to, let's put this back in. Let's make it not even pointers. Let's just take a full block of animations. So this is now, what I had before was a pointer. I have an array of pointers to animations. Now instead I'm going to have a block of animations on the stack. So we just made that change. There. We don't have to do this because we're not using pointers anymore. Okay. The animations will never be null. Always an animation. What I have to do is ask if m_free animations at the index is running. Then we update. Then we ask if it's not running. If it is, we don't even have to delete it. We don't even have to ask that question. Good simplification. I'm might decide whether this goes before or after the scheduler. But now instead of no. I almost like this idea. Almost. Except when I ask for an animation, how will I know which one is available and which one is not? I need a little bit of bookkeeping. I want to do this. Can't you use a destructor? Oh, you are not reading another chat then? Nope, nope, nope. Just the Twitch. Can't you use a destructor? That was part of the problem. I have one destructor destroying the thing that I was then trying to play with elsewhere. You want to have a function body on it? Ownership is a little tricky in some of these things. Who do I want to own it? That was sort of the last problem we ran into. All I know about the CPP is the shrine to... Yes, resource allocation is initialization. I don't believe in that necessarily. Especially when you want to allocate like a big block of stuff. Like, wouldn't it be nice if you could just say, here, look, I'm going to use this many things. I will initialize them when I am ready to use them. Because then I have control of when those CPU resources are being activated. RAII is a tool. I'm not saying it's bad, but it is not the only way to write your code. And can, in fact, end up with a lot of overhead and duplicate computation, where you initialize, say, a big block of things, and it then goes through each one of those things and allocate and initializes it, when you're going to just memcopy over the top something from another file anyways. So now you've gone through, you've allocated your memory, you've initialized every field, and then you overwrite every single field from your save file or something. Like, it doesn't matter. The point is, sometimes I do want initialization when I allocate something, but not always. Okay. So maybe this still needs to be a pointer then. Let's see, put that one. Sure, let's make it a pointer. It'll be fine. It's not great. It's not my favorite, but it also is not the most widely used feature we're using, so. Index is not equal to null. And if it's running, then we update it. We update. After we update, if it's not running anymore, then we delete it. We're going to let the scene own the pre-animations. We'll try that. So now the only one who creates or deletes free animations is the scene. That's my new philosophy, my new theory. Means add free animation basically just returns the animation and does not take one in. I don't think animation is necessarily initialized with anything. We added it, it's true. If we didn't add it, that's because there are issues. Animation star result equals no pointer. Then break. If result is equal to null, still we have an issue. Otherwise, we return the result either way. And again, we should have plenty, so I'm not even going to check it. Okay. Add free animation now does the allocation for us. I think that's it. Let's go back to game scene. Random spin equals add free animation. Nope, not spin, it's the color. Color is the one that's killing me. Anim color. Then we do all that. We literally let the scene handle that list of free actions all on its own. And the action never has to know. Sequence, point to set start animation in the 1th action of our sequence, and in color. Okay, let's try that. Green and yellow. Okay. Let's see how far off we were. Yeah, sometimes ownership is so muddy, like with these animation things. I guess it makes sense for the scene to own a free animation and then hand a reference to it to the action sequencer to say start this, but I'm still the owner. That makes sense to me. So let's see if this is any better. But ownership is created and deleted by the scene, not by the action sequence. I think that makes sense in my brain. And actually, like if you look at any sizable project, like this is very common to run into these kinds of issues where ownership is not clear, and you have to kind of implement it once or twice before you fully grasp what's going on. That seems to work. I think that works. So we right click, double click, and then boom. Cool. It's kind of weird, but I think we've got it. That actually seems to have fixed it. I think we marked it as done. All right, so here's a real question. Maybe we just add this to our to-do list as tech deck. Free animations are now with, let's see, move to action sequence. So right now I have all this code in scene to say here's a bunch of free animations you can have running. But I may want to push that down into action sequence. So the action sequence says here's the list of actions I have and some free animations, or maybe move to action sequence scheduler. I kind of like the scheduler better than the action sequence. I don't really like it in the scene. Okay, let's put that here. Let's go back to our journal. That is done. And animation needs to be a delta animation for the spin, taking quad. Oh, or spin. Yeah, we'll update that here. Okay, in our notes. Journal cleanup complete.
Instead of
Letter animations. Now have a start animation for color, and a play delta animation for the rotation. And the rotation takes the quad corners at animation time, not at animation creation. This necessitated refactoring the set start animation returns an animation out of action. Now scene has a list of free animations and controls their lifetime. Allocation and something. Okay, so this is a good place to save our work. Fixed letter color animations. Added free animations list to scene. Okay, so we now have a safe point to come back to. We'll go back to our to-do. Things are a heap resource, refactor to be on the stack. Sure. I kind of want to nail this down and make it work well. This is a pattern we're probably going to use in the future, so we might as well make it right. I'm leaning towards putting it in the scheduler, and then the scheduler can have all the extra bookkeeping with regards to where these animations are coming from. Anyone have any strong opinions? What is scene? Okay, here we go. Scene. Application. Let's start with an event loop. If I can find it. Actually, let's do this. Exec. When I say start running this application, it's going to execute main loop. When the main loop is done, it'll complete. Okay? What the main loop does is it keeps track of my running state, why we exited, initializes our time so that when we start up, that starts our game time, our system time. And then it will keep looping through this as long as we're in a running state. We update our time so that we get our delta t for calculations, or we get our absolute game time. We have this wrapped up a little bit so that we can in the future do things like scale time. So for example, when we're doing replays, we might want to say our time is doubled so we can have a scale factor, but time is broken out as its own update. We always update time first so that we have a consistent time step. Then we update our inputs. So when a key press, key release, we update all of our states there so that we can ask input what the state of everything is. Then our scene manager updates. So the scene manager updates the different scenes. So we can go look at that. So the scene manager in its update says, do you want me to switch scenes or not? So there's a message somewhere that says, hey, go to scene 0, which is the main menu, or go to scene 1, which I think is the game. So this is how the scene manager updates itself as to which scene it's showing. Then after everything else is done processing, we say, run the scene, have it run its update function, and then run its render function. So the scene is basically a container for all of our content. So we can create a scene, we update inside of our update loop, we render inside of our update loop, and then we destroy the scene when we're done with it. It keeps track of things like, I have this convenient FPS label. This holds my camera, which holds my view projection matrix. The scene has the view projection matrix for the active camera. The scene has a scheduler so that I can schedule these sequences of actions and animations. This is just bookkeeping so that I have an idea what scale of scheduled things I have. So this is inherited by, for example, let's go to the main menu scene. That's probably a reasonable one to look at. So the main menu scene inherits from scene, and we implement the on update and on render. Most of the time, I don't like virtual functions very much deep inside of game code. So when each entity has 5 or 6 virtual functions they overload that are inside the update loop, I don't like that. However, the scene update and the scene render are only called once per frame, so I don't mind that virtual call overhead. We have a screen camera, which we set, and then here are just the things in the scene, right? Here's a bunch of buttons and a label for pointing at the current chosen play mode. Whatever other extra helper functions. And if you look, this same scene structure shows up in, the settings scene. Again, very simple at the top level. Just implements scene, implements a couple virtual functions, and then we have our camera, we have buttons, we have text, all the things we're going to render and interact with. A bunch of helper functions we added it in, blah, 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 blah. So that's what a scene is. And actually, in a modern game engine, you're not just going to have scenes either. You're going to have a scene contain layers, where each layer has its own camera. So, for example, you might have a 3D game with a 3D camera as your main scene, but then you'll have a layer on top of that, which is a 2D layer, which draws your HUD or your inventory or your map, right? Those will be 2D, and they'll have a separate camera and a separate viewport. separate projection system. Not necessary for this game. We will implement layers probably in our next game. So hopefully that gives you an idea what a scene is and how it works. Okay, so back to journal. Yeah, I think I want to put animations down in the scheduler. Free animations in the scheduler. All right, let's do this. Scene. Scheduler. It just kind of makes sense to have this functionality in the scheduler. I think it makes sense to me. Add a free animation. So this is after add action. Or new action. There we go. Or maybe get free. Get a free animation. Okay, the other thing we want are, let's make this on the stack. So we need rule free animations. Free animation status. And then we do this. Okay, so now free animations is on the stack, and we have a flag that we can check. So up here, where we were initializing these all to null, instead, free animation status equals false, meaning it's not live. It does not run. Scene dot cpp. In this update, we were running this before anything else in the scheduler. I think that's it. Just do that. Animation status. We have status, and if it is running, we update it. If it's not running, make sure free animation status equals false. Get free animation status equals false. Result equals the free animations plus index. Now we're not allocating and deleting animations all the time. We're literally just flipping a flag saying this one's available, this one's not available. It's so much more efficient. And then m underscore free animation status so index equals true. This is now a running thing. That's it. That's not too bad. Put it all on the stack. It's all on the scheduler. So game scene needs to get this from the scheduler. Get free animation. Everything else should work as intended. In theory. So many typos we have. Do you want to delete animations when they're done playing? Nope. We are not deleting anything anymore. How are you doing interactive elements? Ooh, the hard way, of course. Let's see. Let's while this is building, let's go to button, for example. Oh, we have issues we need to clean up. Our button has states. Button up, button hovered, button down. And we initialize handlers to these events, right? So we're subscribing to event notifications. And all that says is at the top of the frame when we're doing update input, we've detected a mouse press, we publish the event, and this thing subscribes to that. So when we handle it, this is the function that gets invoked. And it says if it's a left button, and if this rectangle of the button contains that coordinate, then I say the button needs to be updated. I'm not updating it now. I'm just saying I need to update it. I say, here's the new state. It'll figure out all the colors and things later. And I say, I have handled this. Nobody else should see this event. Short circuit it. If these conditions are not true, then somebody else can also look at this event and try to handle it. So that's the event handler. So the button, when it goes to render, it's going to say, do I need to update myself? So let's go to render. It says, is my geometry dirty? Have you changed my geometry? Did you set rectangle? Did you resize me? If it does, we recompute all the corners for our quads and update our geometry. Okay, so this is our vertex buffer getting updated big time. If the state of the button is dirty, this is before we render, right? We're in the render function. We're like, are we clean? Are we clean? We do several things. So if we're in a down state, we do different things, change colors, like we flip colors, we do corner offset, we update the quad UVs, sometimes that's important. And then we draw the quads, and then we draw the text on top of that. So that's where the interactivity comes from. Every time through the loop, it detects user input, and then when we start a render, we ask, are we ready to update ourselves, and update ourselves if necessary. So yeah, I basically am coding my own UI libraries from scratch, which is kind of fun. It's nice to see how much a good UI interface library buys you. Like I use Qt a lot, but since I've built my own pieces, I'm like, that's why they did things that way, and I know why at a level I didn't before, right? A user of a thing is not as familiar with its ins and outs as the person who built it. And it actually turns out a lot of this stuff isn't that hard. I mean, it takes time. You're trading time for more control. I have control over every aspect now. Almost every aspect. Or enough aspects that I'm not too sad. So that's where the interactivity comes from. That event loop. And so forth. The event loop, the render, updates. Let's see what we've broken. Oh, that's correct. These are not dots anymore. Or these are not arrows anymore. These are actual instances on the stack. I don't know, we did another clean build. I need to fix that so that after a clean, it automatically updates itself to not be a clean. I could actually do that. But I don't really want to do eLisp today. Oh, right. Scheduler. There we go. We properly scoped that, it'll work better. who wins if you have two buttons overlapping? That is an excellent question. In a modern UI, it depends. It will depend on who owns the buttons and what their areas are and what order they were added to the scene in. So, like you'll have a container widget, and then you'll have like a layout object within that. The layout contains the button. So you have two buttons that are in two different layouts, and the two layouts happen to overlap. The first layout to try will pass that information down to its children, and the bottommost child will get the topmost child will get the first shot at it. If you're all within the same hierarchy, I guess, then it'll look at basically a Z depth. It'll say which button was drawn first, which button is drawn last. If you got a bad guy on screen and the bad guy dies, would your scene keep the resources for it still? I have control over when any resource is created or removed within our scene. So it's possible that I have bad guy on screen, you kill him, I go through the the bad guy die animation, play the sound. I could do two things. I could delete the bad guy from my memory, or I could just mark him as inactive. In case I want to spawn a new bad guy, wouldn't it be faster to just say, hey, update this guy's state to be alive with 100 hit points and here's his ammo, and mark him active? That's going to be a million times faster than constantly deleting and reallocating guys. So what a lot of game engines will do is they'll have a pool of available guys that are all marked inactive, and every time it wants to spawn a guy, it'll just mark one active and set its initial conditions. Because that's better than allocating, deallocating every frame. That is correct. It is. Oh no, another clean. Why would I do that? I just talked about that. Yeah, a lot of modern game engines are all about, well, not game engines, but a lot of game programming is, how do I put as many things on the stack as I can without blowing the stack? Obviously, there's reasons to put things on the heap, and it's a trade-off, right? You have to know what the cost is and what the benefits are, but you try to put as much as you can on the stack so that you don't have to manage it. It's automatically cleaned up when you leave a function or whatever. You try to put everything as close together as you can inside of memory physically, so that when you're processing similar type things, you get very good cache performance. And you will often pre-allocate large buffers of things and then just mark them as active or inactive, so that you reduce allocation and deallocation. That's where an awful lot of modern performance comes in. And then, boom. And it worked. And then we mark all of these as acceptable. Boom. Perfect. So we didn't break anything by putting all of that into the scheduler, which makes me much, much, much happier. Journal. Moved free animations into scheduler. Refactored to have a flag array alongside the animations. So the animations are... Now we could just put the Boolean inside the animation object itself. Would your buttons be expensive if you had a lot of them? Mine would not. When I first started, they would. So let's see, let's go back to our button code actually. I had, at one point, I deleted it. I had written all of the code inside of buttons. So it would be something like, let's see here, where's the handler? All of this code. was inside of the update function. Where's my update? So I would say if the button was pushed, which would actually look more like this, with input, hit, button, press, left, and input dot mouse pose X. And input dot mouse pose Y. Then we would do things, right? This would get run every single frame. And if you press the left button anytime, it would also run this every single time. And none of the buttons would short circuit and say, I've got this event, don't handle it. So this is called immediate mode. It basically means every frame you check everything. There are times for things like that, but a button is not a good one. So this update function would have been a lot more heavy duty this way. Using a subscribe publish method where we register these handlers with the events, right? Like the mouse press event. This is only ever called when the mouse button event status changes. That's it. So this is called when you click, and it's called for every button until one of them handles it, and then none of the other buttons handles it. That's one of the reasons that we go with an event structure like this. The game actually looks really nice. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I know that the art is still in crappy programmer art, but I think it's coming together. Then you switch to eval loop. Yeah, there's already the event loop running all the time. This is all happening inside the event loop. All of these handle. So let's see. Let's go back to our event loop application. The main loop. One of the things we do after the scene updates. So the scene manager says, do I need to switch scenes? We then process the event queue. And that says, at the top of frame here where we processed input, this is where we detect what's changed. So if we go to input, update top of frame. If a state has changed, right? Great. The top of frame. Where is input being refreshed? Just a moment. Oh, these are callbacks. Okay, so it's not inside there. Input itself registers callbacks with the GLFW. That's right, I forgot about that. So GLFW has a function that says, tell me how you want to handle key presses. In other words, give me an address to a function that handles these parameters. In here, I enqueue the events. Okay, so when GLFW updates itself, I get this call that says, hey, a key changed, and I create the event. Then the event gets processed here. So GLFW probably is updated here. Maybe we want to move that up. I don't know. But anyway. So that's how the event queue works. It's all queued up, and then the event queue runs through and says, what events do I have and who's subscribed to them, and blazes through each of those events. It says, do you want to try this? Do you want to try this? Oh, you've handled it. I'm done. See, ultimately, everything happens inside the event loop. Every single thing. Except some initialization, which sets up the game loop. Okay, so that was actually way easier than I would have liked to think. Good. Oh, but Oh yeah. And all this junk. Journal to do, game scene, that makes sense. Scene was stripped out and added all that to scheduler. So I'm using a bit more memory for keeping track of which free animations are available, but that memory cost is way better than the heap thrashing we were doing. Move free animations and scene to scheduler. And that kind of makes sense. The scheduler handles regular things we want to update all the time, every frame. Yeah, so we have free animation pool now. Cool. That's not a bad. Where are we at? 3 o'clock. I've got a couple hours still. Over to the journal. Okay, game. The banner animations. So we have a banner that drops down when we do things wrong. And the banner sucks. Oh, do I want to deal with it now? If I fix the animation now, I'll be done with animations except for Steam transitions. Forever? I do want to fix the banner. I just don't want to. I want to have the banner fixed. I don't want to fix the banner. It's like getting in shape. I love being in shape. I hate getting in shape. I think that's where I'm at. Okay, banner animation. Oh, let's talk about the problems. So when you do something wrong, like you type the same letter twice, it pops down and says you can't enter a duplicate letter, right? Or if we try to type too many letters, you can't enter more than 5 letters. Okay. If you try to enter a word that's not a word, that's an error. And lastly, if it's too short, you have to submit a 5-letter word. I think those are the most common errors. So the question is, if we get error after error, so if I hit enter, G, and then like A, and then enter as fast as I can. So let's see here. So I go enter GAAY. That wasn't the worst. Enter GAA. That wasn't bad. That was bad. Oh yeah, that's where we left off. If the banner was moving up, when we enter new data, it does, it's very poppish, very poppy. So if I go enter re-enter, oh, no. Which maybe is okay. Yeah, see? That's it. We're really close. It's just if it's moving up when you error, it looks terrible. Okay. So how to fix? How big is game scene? It's only 1,600 lines. That's actually not that bad, really. Okay. Oh, now we need to cut those times in half. Otherwise, it's going to be really bad. Okay. So it's in the show banner. Okay, show banner. We apply our string formatting, sure. Copy as many bytes as we need. Well, we say how many bytes do we need to make this format print? And then we allocate that space. Then we copy it. Utility my macro set a timer. I'm fine with that. If game context, use animations. Here's my duration. Oh, this duration. Okay. I pass it in saying, here's how long you should show the thing. Okay, so we have to have a valid duration. That's fine. If we're in the up state, or if we are rising. So if we're above the screen, or if we are going up, this stuff happens, which is not a trivial amount of work. That's fine. If we are in the down state or falling, all we do is update the text and update the duration to keep the flag where it is. So that's not too bad, actually. It's right here. It's in this area. I have a tag on it, so it goes all the way up. Banner raise lower, banner raise drop. Okay. Oh. Drop sequence. Why does it pop so badly? This really only shows up in this file one. Oh, drop sequence. And again in the raising sequence. If it's rising, we should just finish that animation and then do the new thing. Think about this for a second. Tag batteries lower. Create an action sequence which does the raise. I think this is a low banner raise drop, banner raise lower. It should go all the way to the top. Oh, it's probably because of this. This is what's making it pop. and similar. There's another issue at the other end. Okay, I think I know how to fix this. But I think it's time for me to grab a snack. So snack run. And I will be back in just a minute. Okay, we are back. Now, there are at least 2 ways I can skin this cat. 2 ways to baste this turkey. Like we did before, we can put this thing inside. We could literally just store the banners up position and the banners down position and be done. I think that's the easiest. Is that the easiest? Banner, banner text, banner rectangle, banner egg timer. Underscore banner Y up. Banner Y down. Wait, I'm already storing this? Am I? I am. I've already got this information. Where? I do. I have it. I have everything I need, I think. Okay. I think I know what the issues are. Let's go to... Oh, look, an easy way to find an animation. Perfect. This is on update. Banner X is fine. Oh, it's not the X. X is not the problem. Not the problem. Let's make this longer. We can catch it easier. Okay. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah. Um, Show banner. Here we go. Okay, that's fine. This one, though. 1, 2, 3, 4. They're all 2. Okay. Banner show time. It was 2. So basically, I had 3/4 of a second to come down, 3/4 of a second to go up, which left a half second sitting still on the screen, which maybe still will show. Or... Okay, we'll make it long. Okay, now it's going to be nice and slow. We'll have all the time in the world to create more errors for ourselves. Two, one, two. See, it immediately pops. Feels like a lot less than 2 seconds coming down. One, two. No, I guess it's not. It just doesn't look great. One thing we can do is put a separation in, maybe? What do I think about that? Okay, so when we raise time. So when we go down, there's a pause, then we go up. I think we need a similar pause in the up state. So on update, where we're creating this rising action sequence, let's make it 2 steps. On start, we do things. On end, we do things. That's fine. That's one change. Create a sequence. Point to set. Wait for this amount of time before we can be considered done. Then we set our state up. See, just adding that rest time at the top. Does that fix it? Make it a little less poppy, a little less abrupt. Two, then it goes up. Create another error. That does feel better. That just feels better. Just a little bit of a pause at the top. Also, I am playing the sound upon error, not when the banner starts, which I'm okay with. I'd rather have it tied to the keyboard input. then the actual displaying of the message. I think that fixes it. That looks much better. So let's go make all those animations fast again. I think we've got it. I thought I'd have to restructure the whole way we were doing the banner. I think the banner's okay now. That's the only problem. That's not bad. Okay, so SDF, let me go F. 1, 2. Yeah, that looks fine. That's way less pop pop. That brief pause is everything we needed. Nice. Easy. Easy wins. Animation is much closer than I thought. Just looked. The banner was already going up, then had to come back down. Tiny weight in the up position. There already was a pause back in down position. This is more symmetrical. Good. Not bad, not bad. It's diffuse. Add everything, it lit him. Animation now looks less poppy. What do I mean by poppy? Discontinuous. Not bad. Okay. That. Oh, I'm so glad to have that off my plate. Okay, next up. What's in our to-do list? We actually got a lot of things off of our to-do list. One, we have different options. We could work on removing STD containers. I don't like how little control I have over my memory allocations when I use an STD container. In some cases, using the container is actually a crippling effect. Like we're using a hash lookup of a name in some cases where we could just have an index with a reasonable constant name that finds that index for us. In other cases, there just isn't a good... Yeah, I don't know. There's reasons to question each use of the STD container that we're using. But I've only got 2 hours to go. Is this something I really want to deal with now? It is marked as a priority task. We have so many fun things to do down here. When I'm doing like non-performance code, I use the STD containers. I'm not saying don't use it, but I want to reduce my reliance on external code as much as I can. I'd rather write it myself in most instances. My dependency list is very, very small. I mean, I'm using glfw, which brings in glue and OpenGL for me. I'm using GL Math, which I would like to get rid of, but we'll do it next game, not this one. We've Yeah, oops. We've got free type, which I want to get rid of, but I don't know if I can reasonably. And then port audio. I'm happy with port audio. They work well, and it's not a big computational, like no cognitive load on my part. I understand what it's doing and why. I would like to whittle this down to two: GLFW and port audio. Free type, very heavy dependency. I don't like. GL math, very useful, but our usage does not warrant how much it brings in. I think we could do it more efficiently ourselves. Less code. So if I can reduce my dependencies on standard containers, that just makes me happier. Is that a today kind of task? It's a Monday. Hmm. You can tell I really want to do this task. Like basically this warehouse. Everywhere I used the everywhere I used an STD container was because I was lazy. Do I think this will take me 2 days? A couple hours today, most of tomorrow? Very possibly. All right, well, let's start with warehouses. STD containers from warehouses. So this is a little unfortunate. In my case, warehouse means a generated file full of binary data, which means I don't change the warehouse, I change what generates the warehouse. In the warehouses, there are 4 of. Source list everything, which is a star warehouse HTTP. Fonts, images, shaders, and sounds. Those are the 4 assets that I handle. Well, yes, let's get started. Let's just take a look. The font warehouse header file. Get data by index, get size by index, love it. Get key, so the name of the file. So this is, human readable, that's fine. and it's stored as an array. So I look up a key, it's literally just an array index, look into, get the const char star. So that's easy. This is the part I don't like. This unordered map of key to index. I think we can just get rid of it. I don't think I need it. I've already got this. I have a secondary idea. Okay. Firstly, we can get rid of this. I think that just can go away. I think it's just gone. And we can look up our index by strolling through this array. Secondarily, I've only got 2 fonts in here. What if we just have an enumeration which contains the indices? So that I never have to do a string lookup, ever. Unless I'm printing an error message. In which case, working with strings is fun. That is not my worst idea. Okay, font warehouse, here we go. So let's go to tools, and we want embed fonts. Oh gosh. I generalized things, and now I'm having regrets. This still might not be the worst. Right, source, okay. This might be a common enough pattern. I'm okay with changing it at common. Right header. Step 1, get rid of std unordered map. Unordered map, and therefore I don't need string. I think that was the only reference to the string we had as well. It was called key to index map. Okay, so I think we just get rid of string and unordered map. Oh, doesn't that feel so much better already? It's already lighter. It feels nice. Get key. It's going to be so much simpler. This is not a great way to do it, but I actually don't want to ever do this operation. I don't want you to look up a string. Oh, you're going to do LLC. LLC. Do I know what? Oh, yeah. So, yeah, I eventually in my to-do list have a list of business things to do, webpage, bank, LLC, so that you separate your personal finances from your business finances. Right now I'm just burning through all my savings at an unfortunate rate given the economy and the number of people I have dependent on me. But yeah, eventually we're going to make a business, webpage, all that jazz, sell this game. Brian, welcome back. Niver. I don't know that. It doesn't even look like Portuguese. I hope that's typo. Four, index equals 0. Index less than modulus s. Entry count plus index. Class label. We need one more thing. Int result equals -1. Put a curly brace in. Curly brace. Turn result. If comp of E and modulus S index to key map at our index equals 0. Result equals index break. How is that? Is that that just feels better than asserting an iterator is not equal to end. Jeez. Who does that? I think that's it. Or the first piece. Just get rid of all the STD containers. Warehouse resource indices should be available as enum Is there anything wrong with that idea? I don't think so. Okay. So let's just try this out on fonts. We're gonna cd into bed fonts. Compile. Make build target equals embed fonts. No input. Okay, where's my make file? What did I call it? Embed. Oh, target has to be all caps. Unbelievable. Fine. Okay. Going to shell cd bin. Oh. cd tools bin / embed fonts. Okay. I probably need C string here though. Okay. Bit fonts. No, color. Run that. Font warehouse. Let's just try to clean and build the font warehouse. Stack is gone. Okay. Okay. So I still am referencing it somewhere. Or I'd find that. Okay. Easy to fix. There, gone. Nothing unordered in here. You plan to do something other than the game? On Fridays I do compiler day where we're building a tokenizer generator, and then we'll do a parser generator, probably an LALR parser generator. I have so many ideas. I've got text documents full of ideas. I just had a new idea this morning in the middle of the it was in the morning, which I just added to the text document. Some of it's like electronics enabled stuff. I've got at least 2 projects like that. I like board games and tabletop games, so I've got a couple of those I could work on. I've got more computer game ideas than I know what to do with. What? Oh, that's good. I don't have a new one kind of thing there. Makes me a little sad. After this game, I've got another game idea or 6. Probably will do 2 small scale games where I build up this backlog of tools and assets I can use. Like um, basically a lot of the almost 90% of this game, if I strip out the actual scenes, it's completely reusable. Like everything I've got in here is something I can use over again. So the second game should be a lot faster and more of like a refinement pass. If you want to build something good, build it 3 times. So I want to, this is the first game. It'll have some. It has plenty of warts that I want to fix. Like let's go to my to-do list. Like this is all the stuff that I've discarded for now. Things I want to fix and update and make better. So it's not like I'm short of projects to work on to improve this code I'm writing. But a lot of this will be done for the second game. Stir. Oh, that's what I'm looking for. Yes, I did not put the new line character in there. Nope. Okay. Shell, embed the fonts. Font warehouse. Reload. There we go. Compile. Now, what have I changed? I didn't move anything, did I? See, I've got enough project ideas to keep me busy for multiple decades. What I need is enough money to keep me running for multiple decades. That's a harder proposition these days. I've always heard people say, hey, if you want to build your own business, you build it in your own free time and blah, blah, blah. But every job I've had has been like a 60, 80, 100-hour work weeks. And when do you have time to build your own business? So I'm doing that now. Well, I'm not working for anybody. We'll see how long I can keep going. What is my compiler doing? Okay, well, hey, it looks like we still have fonts. They're not gone. So that worked. Part one. So my initial estimate for this game when I started streaming was 3 to 6 months to finish it. Now, I'm really bad at estimating, so maybe more realistic is 6 to 12 months. However, I think that my technical estimate is not far off. I think in another month, I can have most of this done. 4 more weeks, I'll have almost all of that done. Where the slowest, hardest parts are actually, for me, the art. And music, question mark. I'm not sure exactly what I want to do with the music. Right now there is no music. Don't worry about that. But like all the rest of this is stuff I know enough to do and not have to fight the technical aspects of it. The art's the craftiest part. So in another month, I'll probably have most of this done. This doesn't take long. There is a lead time on getting your tax number so that you can then create your bank account. So I actually probably want to start this task earlier than when this is all done so I can have that tax number. The website, as soon as you pay, you have a website. Mine's going to be pretty simple and straightforward, I think. Steam developer sign up, I think it's $100. Creating an LLC, I forget, it's a couple $100, I don't remember. How long will it take me to fix this? This is probably a day or two. Steam integration, I have no idea. Maybe it's like, here's the library, here's the header file, link it, and you're done. Make these calls in your main function. Maybe? I don't know. So maybe that's, a day or two. Or maybe it's a month. I don't know. I don't know how long this is going to take. Size optimizations, there's a good couple of weeks of work there. That'll be fun. That's like I'm saving it for the end. For multiple reasons. One, all of my assets will be in, and so we'll be optimizing against the actual game size. Not my guess of a game size based on 2 fonts, right? Yeah, that's not going to be hard. That's not going to be hard. This one, probably not hard. This one, I don't know how long it's going to take me to fix this issue, which I'll explain when we get to it, but I think in 3 months I can have 3 months of streaming. We can have all this stuff done. So I think 3 months is close on my initial estimate, disregarding the fact that there's a lot of this. I don't know how long it'll take me. Gotta be the rock star. Are you gonna make the game cute? Do you use lambdas? I use lambdas and STD binds. I would like to measure. I would like to put all lambdas in and then have a compile flag for all STD bind. I would like to see which is faster and then use that. But I don't want to guess. I want to measure it. So at the end, we'll do that. Going to make the game cute. Yep, there's going to be a whole art pass. I'm thinking I may do all the art myself, maybe, with colored pencils. Which is really sad because I am no artist. So we'll see how far we get. Maybe I get partway in and decide, you know what? I am so not an artist, I would rather pay somebody to do it. What I'm going to pay them with, I don't know. That's harder. My creativity seems to come up in code. Like all of my cool ideas, I'm like, oh, I want to build this. I will write some code to build tools to do this. That's just how I approach problems. So yeah, tons of stuff to do. Much work. Okay. Question the first. No, I shouldn't overthink this. I shouldn't overthink this. Don't overthink it, me. Here we go. Enum class. What do I want to call this? Asset. Oh, I'm only handing in the entry. Right. Source file. Okay. Right header needs access to all the file names. That makes me a little sad, actually. But I suppose it's inevitable. For auto, it's index plus equals 2, actually. Oh, let's make our lives easier. No, let's keep this straightforward. Except it's not quite what we want. We want it to be string s equals files subindex. C string. Also, is it possible to target WASM, or do you have a lot of platform code? Right now, I'm not well, everything I'm using is for dependencies, and none of it is system level code. So I should be able to port it to Linux or Mac without too much trouble. Understanding that that's always an unfair statement. It's never that simple. But it's not like I'm writing any specific. There's not one single line of Windows specific code in there. Gotten a lot of exposure to languages with first class functions. Yep. Then coming back to C. Yeah, C. Function pointers are perfectly serviceable for 90% of the cases. I haven't quite understood the purpose of those auto-generated files. Okay. Auto-generated files. So, I have... We can talk about that. That's a good topic for discussion. I have assets. I have fonts that I want to send in with the game. I have images that are in with the game, shaders, sounds, and then the word library. But I don't want these files hanging around on somebody's computer. So I'm embedding them in the executable. And how does one do that? I create a class called Font Warehouse, which contains a list of binary data. So this is an array of byte arrays. And I know how big each entry is, so each const char star in this array, I know its size, and then I can always ask what file name was named this, and now I can get that data. So I have a font warehouse which looks like this. In this case, if you open up the font file, this is exactly what you would see from that font file. So when I load a font, instead of reading a file off disk, I read it straight out of RAM. No file, no disk access. Then people can't just replace the fonts with whatever they feel like, and if your assets are embedded, somebody screwing around with your code is much harder. And then my C++ is perfectly portable. It should be a single file, drag drop anywhere. Everything is statically linked, single executable. Yep, that's it. So images I'm not embedding in a PNG format. I'm embedding it right now in a raw format. Part of my shrinking later will be to embed it as QOI format, which we can talk about when we get there. Sound, I'm not storing the whole wave file. I'm storing the raw wave file, raw sound data. Yeah, 16-bit PCM. Again, when we come to shrink, I will have control over how that's shrunk down. I will not be embedding anybody's whole file. Yep, exactly. and I completely forgot. STD string. I almost never use STD string. But there is a. It's called C underscore string. C underscore stir. That was it. I knew it wasn't right. Okay. So now I have a string. Do I have ownership of that? I think I take control of that. C string and data perform the same function. Somebody on Reddit must know, right? Um, I think I do not take ownership of the results of that. From what I'm doing. Are you doing a proprietary license? I guess I don't know what part is being licensed. Yeah, this is not going on like GitHub for anybody to fork. This is me trying to start building a business. So yes, I guess it's proprietary. Okay, so the next thing is let's see here. I need to know stir char. Locate first occurrence of character in string. Stir char s. I'm looking for a period. Char star 10 equals array of index plus 1, 0, yes. Then stir and copy into the temporary buffer from S. Index bytes. Yeah. You can try that. I'm gonna see if I can sell free games. Haha. How do you sell free games? Are you gonna monetize it like microtransactions? I just want to return back to you bought a CD, you have the game. Install it where you want, play it where you want. Like I kind of want that same feel with this. It's like you bought the game, that's it. I'm done working on it. I'm not supporting a server. I'm not. This is gonna be a very cheap game. I mean, honestly, by modern standards, this is very simplistic. Maybe $5, $5 US, maybe. It's kind of what I'm thinking right now. But we'll see. Everything is kind of up in the air. Can we just try this? Can we just try it? Okay. Let's just try build. Target equals embed. Header. Need to listen to all the files. Which makes it, of course, even longer. Yeah, sure. Unit 32 T. Booked. For some reason, we have two equal signs. That doesn't make any sense. Well, the price tag just to receive the code and the assets. Oh, I see. I see. Free as in Libre, not free as in gratis. That makes sense. Okay. Yeah. I guess I don't think my code is good enough yet to want to sell the code itself to anybody. Stir char was not declared. What? Oh, stir char. I should have known they wouldn't put a vowel in here. Well, with the price tag, just you receive the code and the assets. I think Ace Sprite sells for $20, has a trial version, but you can compile the full for free. Okay. Wait a second. It returns. Oh, what about that? Stir R char. That. X of char in string. I have to write it myself. Oh, okay. That makes sense. It's a byte offset, easy peasy. Oops. Secure right header. Pass in files. Boom. Tools, bin.slash embed once. Then we go to warehouse.h. Eraser and Francois. Okay, that's better. And then, lastly, I'm not sure everybody can do it, but I'll at least try if I can do it this way. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the fun part is everybody's got a different plan, a different skill set, a different way of doing business. Me, I want to build an executable and sell it and be done. Some people like doing the selling free software. That's awesome. It's actually good education for everybody who wants to learn, to be able to look at something. That's pretty cool. Um, what libraries or game engines do you plan on using? Oh, there we go. Eraser and Francois. Perfect. Now I have the indices, and I never have to look it up by name. So, final piece to this puzzle is this. Okay. Oop, what the? Int index equals static pass to integer the asset, and this one needs list s for another class label. That's basically it. I guess it needs that. Asset. Easy. No, it's just never intended that you ever look anything up by string. I think that's so much better. So much better. Looking good. Okay, blah blah blah. Get key. And lastly, asset. Okay, we'll try that. Let's see here. The way I see it, most of the users who'd go out of their way to get it for free are probably kids. It's not like people cook instead of ordering delivery. Yeah, a lot of people do too takeout. You're right. I might just switch to Godot. Godot. I've heard good things. I think it's improved a lot over the last few years. At just the time when I'm looking to get out of game engines, building everything myself is cool. Beginning to immediately see the results is also nice. Yep, there is a trade-off. There's always a trade-off. I'm still gonna finish it in C2 probably. Oh, good. CPP has portable threads, does it? Yeah, it's built on top of the local system. So yeah, your modern C++ has a layer of thread abstraction which hides from you a little bit whether it's a p thread or a win thread. So it's a reason. I believe these days it's a reasonable layer of abstraction to use for most people. Okay, so everything takes an asset or returns an asset. Let's see if this builds. We've redone the whole thing. No, the things that are going to fail is everywhere where I request a font. That's what's going to blow up. You know, I'm kind of surprised at what kind of performance I'm getting without multi-threading anything. This is all running in a single thread. I'm getting 2,000 frames per second. Maybe it's a testament to the simplicity of the game I chose first, I guess. Maybe that's a more accurate representation. Oh, I need to type that. Okay, we can fix that. Actually, we don't need to, because we're going to do this with font warehouse asset types. Okay, we can change that. All right, so fix what I have to fix. Nothing more. Font warehouse. Okay, embed fonts. Get index. Forgot we need to do that. Equals embed fonts. Do you use something else, or is it just synchronous? Everything I'm doing right now is synchronous. I guess that's not true. Port audio spawns the thread for every sound it plays. But that's handled by port audio, not by me, so I guess that's not really my problem. Okay, font fails, and that's fine, that's to be expected. So we're going to change the way font works. We're not taking strings anymore. Boom, done. I don't even need a font name anymore. That is no longer necessary. Thinking about threads is also unreasonable if you could run on a Pentium core. Yeah. I mean, I think even on a fairly potato computer, my game is going to be okay. At this point. Maybe in a game or two, I'll have expanded scope enough that I need to think about multi-threading, but for now I don't. And I only add abstractions when I need it. That's my rule. So we just keep that as font index. I think I do use that to test. Yeah, I do have -1 for an invalid. Okay. Font warehouse asset. Load from the index. If everything's happy, font index equals index. We did load a font. We do not need the font name. We can now get that from font warehouse. Get key from asset. Or probably safer to static cast. Font warehouse asset of font index, I guess. There. Is that it? Oh. doing is even better. Boom. Boom. Name. That's it. Font index. We save it. Get our name from it. Is that really all we needed? Maybe we don't store it that way then. Maybe we just store it as a font asset. Font HPP. Font warehouse asset. Oh no. Oh, here, yeah, let me think. No. We store it as a. It's literally used nowhere else though. Let's just not initialize it. Just set it. See how that goes. Yes, Lovebird Z, thanks for popping in. Always appreciate the chats. Good luck on your free games. I would be curious to see your web page or whatever. Yeah, get a good night's rest. Talk to you tomorrow. Expect things to blow up here in button and text. Oh, font store. Yeah, that makes sense. So the whole font store is going to get better. Yes. Does font store know about font warehouse? I don't think so. Oh, actually, this gets so much better. Does it? Does it get so much better? So we will never load more fonts than the font warehouse has. Maybe make entry count public. Build J equals fonts. Embed the fonts. Go to font store. HPP. Now, all we're going to have is an array of fonts. Um, okay, let's see. Font HPP. So let's see here. Is there like an is valid function here? I don't remember. Public font. Oof. Okay. Data. I don't know what to do with font data. It's all static, so it just goes away. And font data has a pointer to a texture. Everything else just self-destructs. Except maybe. No, that should have self-destruct. That's the text. That's deleted. Yeah, this actually cleans itself up very nicely. font warehouse. I don't know, font warehouse. Asset. Unload. Bool is valid. Which means we need a bool underscore is valid. False. Right here. Goes into load. Make that true. Okay. Unload. Looks like this. Just takes care of itself. Beautiful. That's it. I'll unload. Underscore is valid equals false. Okay, now the static in it is actually much simpler. Int index equals 0, index less than font warehouse. Entry count. Let's once again. Oh no, this doesn't happen here. Store. Okay. Store. Here. If font store underscore fonts sub index dot is valid, then load the asset After which, if it is not valid, it is valid. Font star result equals a null pointer by default. Result equals font storage fonts plus text. Return result done. All right, let's see how that looks. Whew. Where are we at? Just about 5 o'clock. Maybe another. Oh, jeez. We've still got things depending on this. Okay, text. Oh, font. Font does not contain an unload. What? I did to declare one. I swear I did. Oh, unload. Okay, fine. UN compiler, you're right. Warehouse, asset. Easy. Warehouse, asset. Boom, done. Everywhere else we talk about it, it's gonna blow up. I did change that, I can swear. I changed it in the header, not the implementation. You know what? Here we go. Font warehouse. Francois. That's odd. Let's just never do that. We set on how do we do this? Font store. Font star default. Which is really just a little tiny wrapper. Um, Hit default. Which will be return font store get static cast as a font warehouse asset. 0. Boom, done. Font store get default. Okay. What? Okay, let's change the way text works again. Set. Closer. Unwinding all this. It's true. Is valid, is false. Underscore fonts, let's underscore fonts. We'll see if any fonts pop up where they're supposed to. Simplification, always nice. And now everything else is gonna fall apart on me. Alright, line 9. This one here. Simplification, always nice. Main menu scene settings. Scene. Yeah, this is just us setting fonts everywhere the right way. Alright, making good progress. Good progress. Confusion. Alright, just sort of clean and see what happens. Alright. Efficient. So remember, right? I think it's the only place where we set fonts, so. I'll do this with font star font equals or eraser font, just to be clear. Eraser font. Boom, 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 boom. Done. Oh, so close. Assert is not the right word. That's it. I think that's a much cleaner interface than passing around strings. Compile time checked, not runtime checked. I mean, you can still get yourself in trouble. Hey, it's wrong, but it's there. Button should not be using eraser. Okay. What's going on here? Why is it hanging? Okay, hold on. My default font should be Francois, which actually means is in my asset definition. Fonts. Boom. All better. Okay, I don't know why this is hung. So we'll kill it. Restart our shell. Tools ban dot slash Bed fonts. File. Clean and debug. But we can clean, it's fine. Oh yeah, that font store feels so much better with those enumerations. I like it. I'd rather always work from an index and look up a name than give me a name and then I find the index. And if the index is something the developer could get at compile time, all the better. With an enumeration. So much cleaner. Ooh. Oh yeah. Source. Builds. Debug. Hey, those look better. Play. All the right things look like they're an eraser. Okay. Jacks are out. We have enough hooks to guess something. So let's copy notebook 1, 2, 3, 4, 2. Let's go TOD. So TO, not D. T, not OD. Not TOD. Okay, looking for contradictions. Rhino is all out. L and E must be in. BY is out. P and U are out. 221. 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 2. F and G are out, so it's just W or X. Select owl. Ooh, incorrect. And none of those are green. Why are none of those green? That's awkward. Uh-oh. What is this? There are issues. New bug. New bug. Okay, well, whatever. X toll back. Quit. New font handling, all in. And now it's hanging. Why is it hanging? What is it doing? Oh, shoot. Why is it hanging? Dum, dum, dum. Okay. Ah. Let's kill our shell, bring back up our shell. Source, builds, debug, word sleuth. TV args run. Okay. Now surrender back, quit. Now we hit a loop that we're stuck in. And we need to say what? We need to say Control C. Where TLS get value previous frame entered to this frame corrupt stack. How would I be corrupting my stack? Good old thread debugging, maybe? Thread. Info threads. Wait for work via worker factory. Read file. TLS get value. None of this has anything to do with what's going on in my game here. I don't even know what TLS get value is. Calling threads local storage. Oh, thread local storage. That makes sense. TLS. Okay. I'm not allocating new threads, which means the core something is broken. Quit. Complete, clean, and debug. Getting all the way through to destroying scene 0, loading scene 0. When I go to destroy the main window, it hates my guts. I quit from something that's not the main window. And quit, and it hangs. Destroying scene 3, maximum events. This is all like during application shutdown. In here, like literally the last thing. It printed this and then it returns to the main menu. confused. Confusion, never a good thing. This is very much not in my code, but something I'm doing in my code may cause this to happen, except it's so removed from the source of the error. I don't know if I will ever be able to derive what the error is. Like, that is literally the last line. Permission denied. Okay. Hmm. Run. But cancel. It's the same bloody place. Back to events 2. Okay, I'm going to pause for a quick restroom break. Hmm. Somebody 9 million. Hello. I am back. Let's see here. We are back and trying to figure out where I'm losing my stack. How are you doing? Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the stream. So what usually happens here is I program and stream of consciousness until somebody asks a question. So feel free to jump in anytime with any questions you have. I'm happy to describe the project, what we're doing, and where we are in that project. Happy to answer technical questions, anything at all. Until I get this bug figured out, though, I'm a little sad. Okay, what about if we're burning up our stack? Okay, let's go to main. Go to main. Application, exiting, return code, something. I think a stack is getting corrupted somewhere, but right now there's no good way to debug it. Where the error occurs is so far removed from where the error is manifested that I don't think I have enough information to fix this. So if we quit, it literally hangs. Destroying scene 0, maximum events 3, is where application starts unloading. Max events. Then it should return the status code here. So somewhere in here, between this line and this line, it's breaking. Very interesting. We can set a breakpoint, I guess. Lovely, lovely breakpoints. Okay, so exec 116. Run it. Quit. We hit a breakpoint and we have. I want to look at some things. So let's see here. For those who are new to the chat, I do have a Discord server. It's where I post the notifications of when I go live. There's also a Twitch channel, videos that are older than what Twitch stores. I do have uploaded to YouTube and Rumble. You can find those links in the About page here on my Twitch. We're building a game with no game engine, with minimal dependencies, and we're only adding abstractions when we need them. Trying to keep it simple, trying to keep it small, compact, fast. No bloat. It amazes me how much even just an empty scene in Unity costs in terms of output, like what it generates. So trying to minimize a little bit. Maybe not minimize, but anything I don't like, I just don't build it. Build it myself. Pardon me. Good heavens. Okay. So we're here where we're going to return a status code. Status code is 0. And that code should end up here. Line 11. So let's see if we can get to line 12. Breakpoint main.cpp. And 12. Continue. Result. Looks fine. Return result. Continue. What? So it literally went past return result. And now it's dead. In TLS get value. This is a bizarre bug. I do not want the Microsoft documents that explain how to use thread local storage. I'm not doing anything multi-threaded. And nobody else seems to be hanging. Who's hanging? Okay, well, we've been working in fonts, so what if we're not cleaning up fonts correctly? Maybe in application cleanup. Is okay. Two thoughts. Font store. Let's do a cleanup function here. Void cleanup. This really doesn't do much. Or int 0 index less than font warehouse entry count plus index font store s4 fonts sub index dot unload. It doesn't do that much. Application cleanup font store cleanup. Let's log it. So somebody 9 million. Wait a minute. Is this my son? This sounds like the kind of username my son would choose. What thread local storage is not being cleaned up? Let's try some of this then. Uh, we're on frame 0. RTL user thread start. This is after I exit. What is going on here? Um, um, so much confusion. I don't know what to do. it's getting here, it's returning this result, and then it crashes. Okay. Let's go unwind some of the work we did on Font Store. Let's make this pointers. Okay. This is bad, bad, bad. Don't do it this way. Get index. If font store s fonts sub index equals null. Font s underscore fonts sub index equals new font. And then load the asset. Or, of course, null, huh? Complete the word. Now, of course, it's going to be take the destructor, also unload. All right, let's do it this way. I don't like it. Maybe that was the problem. Maybe the way I've implemented fonts is blowing up my stack for some reason, corrupting my stack. Okay, well, that doesn't make me happier. Because why would an array of pointers be much different from an array of things on the stack? The fonts look fine. It isn't the worst thing in the world, but it kind of violates my understanding of what I'm doing here. ed so new words. Okay, we need to add a bug to our to-do list. Bug. New guesses not coloring when dropped. Okay. So A is in, so this is not actually the Y. logs 2. Okay, so F or G. Anyway, doesn't matter. Shaft back quit, and it did execute correctly. Okay, I'm really not happy with that in some ways. Yeah, really not happy about that in some ways. Font store cleanup. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, so into our journal. Journal. Or to do. Reworked font warehouse. Do not use STE unordered map. Now provides an asset enumeration which maps to an index. These changes need to be applied to the other warehouse. Font store and font were updated. Support this new paradigm. We had 4 warehouses to do. We have warehouse. Oops. Image warehouse. Sound warehouse and shader warehouse. This one is done. This is done. So we'll pick up there tomorrow. Pick up with this in a simple manner like this. Oh, okay. I don't like that. I do not like that. I have to put the fonts on the heap or it blows up. That doesn't make any sense to me. And the operating system is not cleaning up that font resource correctly if it's on the stack. That should be the easiest part. The whole point of executing your program is to give back the entirety of the stack to the OS. That's what happens all the time. Jeez, McCracken. Gosh, I hate that. Thank you, Windows. Okay, let's see. Now, what do I do? I'm gonna save our work. Font warehouse now does not look up fonts by name either. Provided for asset identification. Font store and font refactor to support this change. Okay. So tomorrow we give the same treatment, which should be a little bit faster for some of these. Image, I know, has special encoding, a special coding. Sound warehouse should be a straight shot. Shader warehouse, I don't remember. Yeah, image will definitely have to be updated. More so than these two. So let's reorder these. I think those will be the simpler ones to do. Sound and shader. We'll do image last. I think that's the most different. Okay. This is just a change to my journal, nothing interesting, so I'll just put it in the last commit we did, and done. Okay, I've been streaming for almost 6 hours. Probably ought to get going. Thanks for dropping in. Thanks for watching. Always appreciate your visiting and chatting, and hopefully we'll get this refactor done tomorrow with those steps, and then the world is our oyster. We have a few fun projects to work on. A couple of them are bigger and more interesting than others. I've decided, however, this one is going to go down here into the discarded delayed past. We're going to do this in the next game, not this game. Okay, pretty good. Yeah, I'd really like to get this all wrapped up tomorrow. Okay, so that's the plan. I'll see you all tomorrow. Have a good one.